Yo, howdy do. We're back at it again. Um, I wanted to do like a St. Patrick's Day sort of thing, even though St. Patrick's Day was a couple days ago. And I also did not plan super far ahead. So we have a brined point cut brisket here that I smacked with that Jacquard tenderizer. Where's that thing? I also stabbed myself with it, so my hand kind of hurts. And I stabbed it, of course, right after I put it in the meat, so I hope my finger's not infected. But that's besides the point. Stab the guy with this thing, and then show him what for. And since we didn't have a lot of time, I did this yesterday. I used some of our onion koji that we made a couple weeks ago, and trying it out. We'll see. So it's not exactly corned beef because it's not the whole 5-day brine or whatever. And it won't be pink because I'm not using nitrate salts. That's what makes it pink. The curing salt. I don't have any of that. And it's fine because we're going to eat it. We're not putting it in a barrel for an expedition, right? We have a refrigerator. It's all good. So, anyways, we're going to start off by searing this guy. We're going to make some mashed potatoes too. And some Irish soda bread with like cranberries and maybe some pecans or whatever. That's what we got. First off, though, we want to get this braising because it's going to braise the whole stream. And it'll basically be done when the stream is done. So. And then we are also making apple-tinis because they are green, and I have the opportunity to make more apple liqueur. I haven't done that for a little while. And so we'll make our own apple liqueur, and we'll make our little green drink. I could also kind of make a shamrock, except I don't have Irish whiskey. I've got scotch, and I got a different kind of vermouth than is called for the cocktail, but that's fine. It's whatevs. I'm just stepping on the traditions of my forefathers. That is all. Okay, we're going to try to pat this dry. Or at least get it dry enough to where we can get a good sear on it. So I think the onion koji did a pretty decent job. It smells like onions, but in a good way, like a very like roasted oniony kind of guy. And then we're gonna try and get as much of this brine back in the pot as we can. Because it's not been 5 days, right? If it was 5 days, you would rinse this off, and then you would add some of this brine back in. And longer than 5 days, things start to get way too salty. So, because it's only been a day, we don't have to wash it off, and we can add quite a bit of that, which is fine. It's a big piece of meat, so I want to make sure this is real hot before I add it in. Otherwise, it's just going to not sear. And then we'll all be sad. And I got the espresso machine on because I didn't sleep very well. And so I might make myself a little espresso. But I'm not sure if we're going to do that right now. Maybe after we sear this off. Yeah. Chilling. Spring. It's sprungen. Oh, yeah, and then we've got some of the shittiest Guinness I could find. The shittiest version. I didn't get it in Ireland, and I didn't get it in the can with the nitrous thing. But we're going to cook with it. So I don't care. Is there anything else? I was thinking of doing another artichoke, but I also forgot about it. So it's my bad. You bastard. I watch pop. Never boils. And the spice blend for this was basically I just Googled corned beef spices. And I just went down that list and just added a bunch of shit from my pantry into a little saucepan, toasted them all up, and then ground it, and then mixed it together. So we didn't actually need to add really any salt because the koji was plenty salty, which is kind of nice. It should give a tasty, unctuous quality. Very oniony. Which isn't exactly super corned beef, but it is very not far from being corned beef. So I was watching a video about it was tasting history about corned beef. He was saying that corned beef isn't what the Irish would have even consumed because the British, when they took over parts of Ireland, ended up taking all the beef for themselves. But then if you go back far enough, it would be corned beef again in the Middle Ages. All right. But the corned beef thing is American Irish, right? Because the Irish immigrants, when they came to the United States, a lot of them came to New York, and they settled in areas where Jews had already established places, and they weren't in the mindset of selling pork, so they had to buy beef. The Irish were used to pork, though, at that point. We're going to do a lot of caffeine this stream. I need more pep in my step. Does it sound all right, producer? All right. Just want to make sure I'm not blowing out the mic. Smells pretty good. These are apple peels from last week. So we're going to make some liqueur out of that. It'll be pretty good. Yeah, you gotta be careful with that jacquard. You'll do yourself in. You'll shoot your eye out. What was I gonna? Whatever. Oh, that's what I was gonna do. Now, it's got a big flat piece in the bottom of it. Just want to make sure we're not burning anything. Yo, hey! Doing a little post St. Patty's Day corned beef. So, braised brisket in a mixture of mustard and mustard, black pepper, cardamom, ginger, anise, clove. Yeah, pretty good, yeah. It's for St. Patrick's Day here in America. They celebrate it a lot. In Chicago, they turn the river green. And they also turn all their beers green, too. And then everyone throws up green. So, yeah, I brought, yeah. Yeah, they dye the river green in Chicago for St. Patrick's Day. And then everyone just, yeah, drinks beers with green food dye in it. Pretty heinous, honestly. It is kind of windy outside. You guys get a little bit of the early stream view. You don't celebrate. Okay. Yeah, that's all right. I wouldn't expect you to. Um, but it's an opportunity to try some food from another culture, so. This is a good. What time is it in your time? It is almost 7 p.m. Pop my knee. Yes, it is bright out. We do the daylight savings thing, so they made everything an hour earlier for the sake of confusion and heart attacks. So actually, it should probably be almost 6 o'clock. That'd be more accurate, I think. That's all right. It's not for everyone. In the United States, it ends up causing apparently a bunch of car accidents and heart attacks and stuff. Like it is summer all year long, so we don't need daylight savings. That makes sense. For sure. All right, we're almost done stirring this off. I've been all right. This past week was pretty busy, but good to see, better weather, more sun. Um, my tea, I've got tea plants that are coming to life. So I pruned some nodes from a tea plant, and I've got some tea. So I've got 10 nodes. This is one of the better ones. But I do see a little sprout coming up out of it, so. I wanted to make some YouTube videos, but that's kind of been a slower roll than I'd been expecting. And propagating tea is going to be part of it. So. And I've been playing a lot of piano today. And I tried to take a nap because I was really tired and I couldn't. I want to do YouTube videos. We stream to YouTube as well. But I haven't been able to make a YouTube video. The first video I plan on making is for this desk I've been working on, but I haven't been working on it so much because I need to join a couple 6-foot boards, and I'm not super experienced with woodworking. So it's been kind of intimidating, and I think I don't have the normal Dungeons & Dragons session tomorrow because my nephew's having a birthday party, and so I don't need to do all the Dungeons & Dragons stuff. Yeah. So yeah, I want to do but I want to do videos at some point here. So about my experiences propagating tea, or I'm growing, passion fruit and those sorts of things, and kind of gardening, cooking, that sort of thing. All right, we're just gonna go at it with all this stuff. Thanks, I appreciate that. I don't know. Everything's so expensive. I'm just trying to find a way to monetize things I'd like to do or would do anyway, right? Oh yeah, go for it. Lurk away. I'm gonna add a beer and some bay leaves here, and then this is just gonna go. Maybe we're gonna add another beer. It is almost 8 pounds of brisket, so. And this is basically gonna go forever. Maybe we should make that espresso, or that latte rather. That sounds like a good idea. I like to add gelatin to my lattes. Makes it thicker, and it gives it more protein. It's actually good for you. increase that a little bit. Trying to pay it forward to myself, right? I'd like it to be as full as it can be so I don't have to do this. Or there's a lower likelihood of me forgetting, because it's bad when you try to pull no water through the pump. It's bad for it, right? We need to get our steam wand going. Give it a minute to charge. Smells like beer and mustard and onions. Pretty tasty. For the, yeah, we should do that. We should do the liqueur next. This is clean. Let's grab one of these. I like these smaller mugs because they fill up almost all the way to the top. So it doesn't feel like I'm not drinking a lot of coffee. Not a half bad latte. some of the extra milk off the sides of this. You know, make it easier on yourself. It's easier to clean. All right, latte. Keep trying to do my ginger beer thing. It's not really taking off. Maybe because it's like, it's funny because it was around this time of year back in 2020 when I tried doing sourdough bread for the first time, and getting a starter to be really active in like March in the Pacific Northwest is just not. It's not good. You need you need to put it in like an easy bake oven or something, and it just wasn't. And it's like, man, I suck so bad. It was just like I didn't have an oven with a proofing thing on it. Let's kind of give this a little stir. Just want to make sure the bottom doesn't get like yucky. All right. Oh no, that's fine. Self-corrected. All right. When we were searing it, it kind of was developing some fond that I couldn't quite get off. Because of the weird shape of the meat and the kind of geometry of the whole thing. But it seems to be pretty well oriented down. So should be good. All right. Let's try out this apple liqueur thing. I need a pot because I need to bring it up to, just up in heat a little bit to give ourselves, better capacity to dissolve sugar. That's what we need to do. Let me find the video. This is from How to Drink from a while ago. Just straight up stolen material. It's fine though. He's not here. Let's see. How to drink apple genie. So you need, basically infuse for 24 hours, shake every few hours. I did it for a week. Doesn't really matter, right? It's Everclear. Nothing's alive in there. I've had one of these sit for like almost a year. I forgot about it in the back of my cabinet. And then we're going to add about 1 liter of water. Okay. And then blend until sugar dissolves. Add some citric acid. Yeah, gotcha. And in the future, I was thinking about not using Everclear for this anymore. Maybe using like rum or something. Like some Ray and Nephew overproof. There's just something about the Everclear where like the aftertaste isn't like the best. And it's like, well, what is it made of? And you're like, I don't know, stuff. But I know Ray and Nephew is like pretty good rum, right? I don't know. It's an idea. And before I dilute this, it is green, visibly. Kind of olive drab green. Why we talk about Everclear? Because I soaked these apples in Everclear. We're making apple liqueur right now. In the future, I might try to go away from that because Everclear kind of has a. I mean, it's distilled so much that like it's kind of hard to tell what it's made of, where it came from, and so it can be a thing where it's like, I don't know, man. Maybe I'm good. It says 9:30. I want like a. Okay. Kind of wanted this to drain into something else. I was fucking around. Not paying attention. I would probably sub it with overproof Ray and Nephew rum. Um, if that's what we're going for. Just because like I know that the quality of that is like good, and it's like a good brand. Whereas Everclear is just like, I don't know. Sometimes I find with the Everclear with this stuff, if I drink a lot of it, the like it can leave a lingering taste that I can't, or I can't. I do not exactly appreciate. I don't know. So perhaps higher quality alcohol would make that not so much. Okay, so 1100. So we want 1100. We're at 930. So we want 100. We'll put it at 1030. So 170. There we go. Perfect. My intuition. Perfect. Expensive bottle. Like Ray and Nephew Overproof. I think you can get a fifth of that for like $25. I don't know what prices are like in Singapore, but here they're not too bad. This is a handle of Everclear, and this was like I think $35. And so the rum would definitely be more expensive than the Everclear, but not by too much. And it doesn't come in a plastic bottle. There's something about liquor that comes in a plastic bottle that makes me think I'm doing something wrong. I've done something wrong. You know what I mean? All right. Let's weigh out some sugar. And then we'll bring it up to a low heat and dissolve our sugar and citric acid. Let us grab our handy dandy big Yes, bag of sugar. Azúcar. Four 44 grams. And 6 grams of citric. I might even add a little bit of malic to it as well, because that will play more into the green apple. And I haven't ever made this with malic acid added before, but I think it would be cool. Okay, so this is 225. So it's a cup of sugar. So I would imagine that this recipe calls for 2 cups, but it just gave it in grams. Oh, sorry, AutoMod's being dumb. Here, give me a sec. Allow. There you go. I was at the Japanese mart yesterday, and I say they put Suntory whiskey into a big yeah. No, yeah, it's just plastic with liquor. I don't know. Gotta have some standards. Especially when you can afford to have them. Like, there was a time in my life when I couldn't afford to have those standards. And it sucked, but you make do with what you got. And now I can't afford to have those standards, so I have them. Graciously. Alright, we're going to grab our malic and citric here. See what kind of magic we can work. Citric acid and malic acid. And it said 6 grams, so I'm going to add 6 grams of citric. But it always comes out not quite as apple puckery as I'd like it to. So we're going to add 2 grams of malic. And I'm going to be bad about this and just steal the little scooper from the malic here. They're fairly similar acid profiles. I don't think people will mind. By people, I mean me. So just want to try to be careful. Make sure we're a little more exact with our measurements. All right, that's almost 2 grams of malic extra on top of the citric. And that should give us a much better like acid profile that matches green apple, right? The green apple flavor is malic by and large. And so it'll be more authentic to it than just citric alone. The guy in the how to drink video just calls for citric. So we got our acid, we got our sugar, our water, all the fix-ins. So we're gonna put this on a nice low medium heat, and we're just gonna let this simmer for a while. perhaps we should start something new. Always good. Maybe our mashed potatoes, although that might be a little early. Perhaps I picked too many things that are easy and then something that's really long. It's whatever. We're chilling. I've never made soda bread before, but it doesn't look too difficult. Sugar. I'm gonna grab one of these guys. Easy and long is what they called me in high school. Good one, producer. Trying to find a good bottle. This might be a good one for. I like this one. Good, like pop top. It's good for like a liter. This is about a liter, a little more. Coca-Cola and latte. It's actually, that's something I want to do. I want to figure out how to like kind of mix espresso and Coca-Cola together in a way that isn't cursed, because I really do kind of like the flavor of the coffee and the Coca-Cola. I don't know. They both lean in the same direction for me, in like a good way. Sorry, really bad about framing. All right, let's bust out the chopping block. Do up a bunch of potatoes. Potatoes. I think I'm just going to overcommit on these potatoes. That's That's what I tend to do anyway with everything else. Now, it won't be as bad as, I think, one of these last couple weeks we had literally every pot with something boiling on it, like for like a 4-hour period. It won't be that bad. What the fuck? Okay, well, this is fucked up. This might have been me. Oh, no, you know, it's probably a dishwasher. Cautionary tale. Be careful what you put in the dishwasher. It might not fucking clean it. Alright. I don't use dishwashers. I just use my hands. Good on you. I was that way for many years. There's nothing wrong with it. Hello. How you doing? I'm doing all right. Just chilling. Kind of sleepy. So, made myself a latte and also have a Coke at the same time. Because I'm being dumb. But it's whatevs. Shouldn't be too many juggling balls today, so won't be too difficult. I've never made any corned beef before, but I have made pastrami. Just getting home from an 18-hour day of work. Whoa, 18 hours is a lot. Yeah, jeez. Well, get yourself a seat, man. Yeah, sit down. Oh. Ah, first responder. Okay. That makes sense. I used to do wildland firefighting. That's the closest I came to being a first responder. Did it for like 4 or 5 years. Help pay for college and stuff. But yeah, that stuff is no joke. Paramedic student. That's right. What are you looking here? Our sugar's almost completely dissolved. Right, we want to be careful that we don't boil this because we'll start to cook off a lot of our alcohol. Oh. Okay, I think this is good to take off the heat now. We'll let this come down, and then we'll bottle it up. We got apple liqueur. Wonderful. Another year's worth of apple liqueur. Fire. Dang. Switching to cop. Okay. Do the cops have the better softball team? Is that why you're switching? Firefighters don't get guns. That's fun too. Whoa. Yeah, who needs a gun when you can throw a baseball 100 miles per hour? Dang, that's really good. I'm not great at throwing things. I'm not a good thrower or a sprinter or any of that stuff. I'm more of an endurance sort of athlete, if you could call it that. But yeah, wow. Dang, you know what? You could be a cop and then you can use the speed gun to test your fastballs too. So you can get like dual purpose, right? Now you're thinking with your head. Make the time work for you, right? Work on that fastball so you can smoke the firefighting team in the yearly baseball game. I would have to have someone else. Yeah, that would. Imagine trying to throw and then like that's so stupid. Such a funny visual. Yeah, yeah. We'll go out with a buddy. Y'all can tag team the thing. Speed for gun for cars, no. Speed gun for softball, yes. Por qué no los dos? I think I might sharpen my knives today on stream. That might be a good one. I'm due for knife sharpening. Let's find. Where the fuck did I put that? I know I got a sharpening block around here somewhere. No, those are hiding from me. So we want to wet our stones. They are wet stones after all. So I like to soak them for about 20 minutes. And we'll set up a little station. Obviously, we do not want to mix the metal grit with the knives and the food. So I'll move it. I'll do it in a way where it's not interacting with anything that touches any food. Safety first. We don't want to eat metal here. Unless your iron is very low and your doctor approves of it. No, it's good. It's something I've been meaning to get to here. Well, I'm finishing my latte. Let me see. We still have some of my old apple liqueur. So let's make an apple-tini. How about that? I make my apple-tinis with my apple liqueur. Where's the Applejack? Latte at night, yeah. GG sleep. No, I was really tired. I took a nap earlier today. Today is my day off. One of my days off. And so just didn't sleep well last night. Took a nap. Trying to I don't know. I also work nights, and so it's daytime. Well, was daytime. And so it's one of those things where I'm trying to do the switch back and forth and doesn't always work super well. But we try our best, right? Okay. Yeah, day off. Always a woo. Woo! So I actually don't have any Demerara Simple right now. Just fine. Doesn't really matter. Because I have a ton of different kinds of chung. So we'll just use mango chung. I have mango and I have pineapple. Pineapple has the word apple in it, but I think I have more mango chung. So we'll just go with the mango. For work, I do quality assurance. I do QA at the ass eating factory. So I make sure they eat the asses real good. Okay, chung. Salt. Okay. And this is basically just like a sour, but with some applejack and some of this liqueur. Some of these limes are old, so we're just gonna go for it. Juice all of them right now, without a plan of how many we're gonna need. There's this video from Truffles on the Rocks, and he takes his old limes and then he like blanches them and then puts them in a dehydrator until they turn black. And I guess you can grate them over cocktails. It's some like Persian thing or like I don't know. Black limes. Give it a Google. Looks kind of interesting. I don't know. But yeah, if you have old limes that look like they're about to go bad and they're kind of turning yellowy like this, I just haven't really committed to it. Should we commit right now, though? Actually. Although I want to make soda bread. Yeah, I think you need to dehydrate them like all day. You know what? We'll do it another time. But we will do it. Make sure we get all the juice. Such a miser in that regard. Are you familiar with Batavia, Iraq? Okay, Lasia? It's like a kind of liquor from Java. I'm not sure if I have a bottle of it around here. It's all good. Another time. All right. It's all right. Producer, it's around there somewhere, or it's not. I cannot. Yeah, there it is. This stuff. Batavia, Iraq. Van Oosten. Dutch East Indies Trading. Distilled on the island of Java, Indonesia. I really like this stuff. And I was listening to a podcast and they were talking about it. All right. Grab a bunch of small ice cubes. And let's grab some Ango bitters. Indonesia. The island of Java. I think is near where you're at. Yeah, Java. So over on your side of things. Yeah, it's not far. I was just interested in it because it has this thing on it. It has the mash bill at the bottom, right? It's a rum for the most part, so it's 98% sugarcane. But there's 2% of this Java red rice. And I'm not sure what that is. And I was wondering if it was like some sort of fermented something or other. Because I looked it up and there was like Chinese red rice was a thing. But it doesn't start red. It is like fermented and becomes red. So I was wondering if it was like some sort of similar sort of thing. Or perhaps it's a type of red rice that is like starts off red. And then it's just like part of the mash bill. But for whatever reason, this rum, proto rum, it has this really funky quality that is like alluring and is like perfect for pairing with citrus. Like the way it wraps around citrus is like super good. And apparently this was all the rage back before cocktails when you would make a big deal of punch. Apparently every recipe for punch, almost all of them called for Batavia, Iraq, and Van Oosten brand specifically before the days of the cocktail. For whatever reason, people really like that stuff. And it's kind of easy to see why. But I haven't really been able to find a lot of details about it. So, it's kind of hard to know what makes it so interesting. Anyways, we're going to add Do 1.5 of our Applejack. This is bottled in bond, so if you find a bottle that says bottled in bond, it is, at least in the United States, it's based off of like a law that makes it to where like it has to have some certain things to make it be bottled in bondable, and it's monitored by the government, which I'm not exactly a fan of, but all the stuff tastes good, so it's kind of hard to complain. And it's voluntary, right? So bottled in bond, it'll say it on the bottom, or it'll say it around it. I think Old Grandad has bottled in bond versions. It has to be 50% alcohol. It has to be made from 1 year's worth of stuff, so it can't be multiple years of vintages mixed together, and it has to be made at the same place on one. So it's this was made in one place with 1 year's worth of apples, put at 50% alcohol, and that amount of strictness can breed some, pretty high quality stuff, right? So bottled in bond is something to look out for if you're looking for something of quality. And if you get the Laird's Applejack that isn't bottled in bond and it's not 50%, again, it's kind of like with the Everclear thing. It kind of leaves this like weird aftertaste that I don't find when I use the bottled in bond. So something to think about. We're just going to go equal parts with this. Just make a double. Got our mango chung here. And this is probably more of a light, simple syrup. Which is why I'm not so worried about adding a whole 1.5 ounces of syrup to it. Let's just put a couple dashes of Ango here. Sorry, a little sniffly. Grab a rocks glass and a rock. And we'll strain out the other smaller bits of ice, because that's how they do it in the fancy place, and we're trying to be fancy. Normally I wouldn't strain this out since it's just ice. But we're trying to be on the channel. Trying to be good about making things official. Move everything over here. Here's our how to drink apple-tini. And it's great, man. It tastes like you're just biting into an apple. Very, very like quenching. Yummy. I know it's not exactly green, but this is green, so that's cool. think now is a good time to do the... Yeah. Alright, we gotta top this off with some more water. Oop. Narrowly missed dousing myself in hot beer liquid. Smells good. It would be content, I guess. Maybe a little more water. We'll knock this back up to high till it gets to boil. All right. Maybe I'll give it a flip too. It's been going for a couple hours, almost 2 hours. Yeah, Bruce, I've been meaning to ask you this. I'm not sure if I did ask you. Okay. Ask. You're welcome to ask anything you'd like. Goddamn fucking. All right. Nerdy question warning. Merlin versus Dumbledore versus Gandalf. Which version of Merlin are we talking about? Are we talking about like the Green Knight version? Are we talking about... I guess there was the show. I didn't watch the show all that much. Producer watched the show, I think. I like personally, like who would win or who do I like the most? I probably like Gandalf the most. Let's say all prime. Okay. All in their prime. Their most powerful forms. Well, in that case, I would probably say Dumbledore would take them all out just because Harry Potter's a lot more explicit about how the magic works, right? Whereas like Merlin and Gandalf and those guys, they kind of like they're kind of just like really good at pulling shit out of their ass. But they're never like, I'm a magic man. Da-da. I guess Gandalf is kind of like that. But like in a, I don't know. Like their flavor of magic is more whimsical. Whereas Dumbledore is like, yeah, I'll just teach you all the spells. You want to learn all of them? I guess there's some illegal spells I got in this book over here. And like I can just pull thoughts out of my, you know what I mean? It's like, it's much more explicitly magical. But the argument, Merlin can control time and space. Okay. Yeah, I forgot he has JoJo's Bizarre Adventure stand powers, so. And Gandalf is a fucking demigod. Yeah, I mean, what are they called? They're not like Alamites. What is his race called? Because he looks like a guy, but he's not a guy. He's a specific race. What is Gandalf's like species? It's in the Silmarillion. I can't remember. Gandalf's species. This is probably a bad Google. I forget what it's called. Histari? Or Maiar. The Maiar. That's what it is. Gandalf is the same species as Balrogs. They are both Maya. Gandalf is a spirit of dreams, though. Saruman is one of fire. Yeah, whatever. She can Google stuff. Yeah. I mean, I would want Gandalf to win. I think Gandalf is the coolest. I think he's the most Sigma male of all of them. Um, I like Gandalf the most, for sure. I just think in terms of magic, if we're gonna be like explicit about it, Dumbledore is the most explicit, right? His magic is very understandably powerful. Gandalf's more of a utility caster and less DPS, right? If I were to argue, he's good at getting people out of a jam. That's his forte. Which honestly is way more helpful. Like in our Dungeons and Dragons campaign, where we're doing Storm King's Thunder, it's all like giants, and I asked ChatGPT, and it went to Gandalf. Well, you know what? I can't fault for the robot for rooting for the guy I'd want to win. Let's see, is this still warm? Yeah, it's just kind of lightly warm. Let's get this in here. So it's gonna reach over steamy, hot things. But the real answer, Hermione will sweep the floor with all three of them. Okay. I don't know about that. I think Dumbledore would beat Hermione. He would just not let her use the time thing, right? And then Merlin would kick her ass with time and space. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure stand powers. She is Mistress of Magic. Okay. I don't know. She always seemed kind of like a bitch ass to me. Greatest witch of our time. Sure. See, it's green. Look. I'll have to put some in another jar and give it away. Oh no, one of my friends gets to have this thing. Oh no. It is the apple-tini. Well, no, the apple liqueur. This is the apple-tini. God damn. Still have more. It makes a surprising amount. I only ever have to make this like once a year or so. God damn, I should sell this stuff. You know, I didn't actually taste it. Let's taste it. Good. I could try. I could try sending it your way. I know a guy who can throw things 100 miles an hour. He might be able to throw it to you. If I ask real nicely. Alright, we're boiling again. Let's knock the heat down. Yeah, you need to throw it like 20 kilometers. Try 2,000 kilometers, friend. We gotta go over the ocean. 20K kilometers. That would be 20 gigameters, right? Megameters. Yeah, I forgot about that whole ocean. Whoops. It's all good. All right, we can ditch this. Let's sharpen knives. Let's set this over here for use later. All right. With whetstone. Yes, sir. All right, let me give this a quick wash. Yeah, that's good. I mean, the bevels on this one is already kind of messed up. I can feel it, so. I will be the first to say I'm not the best knife sharpener. But I can sharpen a knife. I've sharpened these knives a couple, 3 times. So we'll take our time and go through it. And then we'll start in on that soda bread. All right, we want a towel. All right. We got different grits of stones here. And a little mount. Start with the coarse one. And you want to just like wash this off or something. I feel like I'm like gunking it up. the different. Fuck it, let's turn it over. Use the side of the glue on it. And you just do like sets of. I do sets of 12 because it's easier to count along with music. Or I'll do sets of 16 because that's 4, 4. We want to get a top cam. I do. I need another towel. You want to make like a sturdy base so it doesn't slide around. I should almost put it on like one of these things. These cork boards don't like to slide. Or maybe they do like to slide, and I'm a fucking idiot. It will be cool, but I do get the logs will not be fun. It's fine. I do want to have another camera. That's in the books here. We want that. That's like a pretty important upgrade. I think you really only want to use the coarse blade for as much as you can like detect that there's like dings in it, because the coarse one is more for removing material so that you have like a good base with which to then do a lot of the sharpening. Alright. And like I said, I'm not very good at knowing when it's like done. I just kind of do it until I'm bored of doing that setting. Or I can feel the bevel going back and forth. That always feels like it's good, like it's right on the edge of like being one way or the other. And then we just kind of move up. Add a little water. Oh, the koji thing? Like the thing? Okay. Okay. I got DoorDash. I feel so fat. Don't worry, buddy. I feel fat too. Um Alright, I'm gonna try to explain stuff while counting. um this um Do we have Jollibee? I think there's going to be a Jollibee coming in around our area. Um, so we either have one or are about to have one. I can't remember. But for people who don't weren't tuned in at the beginning, this corned beef over here, I didn't have enough time to brine it all 5 days. So I used some of my onion koji I made a couple weeks ago. I can grab it. And basically the the koji is really good. It's a bolus of enzymes. It's good at breaking stuff down and tenderizing it. So it might not be cured, but it should be pretty well broken down, right? And so, yeah, we basically like rapid cure age tenderized it with koji and other things. But yes, I want to go to Jollibee. Sorry, producer recommended that I re-describe. You know what, and I guess that's what streams are about. You kind of re-describe to people what's going on. What do you like at Jollibee? What do they have? I've heard of Jollibee. I just don't know exactly what they have there. Is it like, is it Filipino food? That's what I thought it was. With like the spaghetti and stuff. Maybe I saw it on what you call it, Anthony Bourdain. I think he went to a Jollibee in the Philippines on a Christmas episode. That's what I remember it from. Ah, huh. Ah. Okay, yeah, they're Filipino. Okay. Filipino KFC. Oh, I got a follower? Oh, hey, cool. Thank you for following. We're trying to get affiliate. So every follow is always super helpful. Very appreciative. Thank you very much. Okay, so we've got a bit of a bevel. Kind of worked up on one side. And I like to feel when I can feel it go to the other side. That's how I know it's like it's got like a decent edge on it, or that's how I suspect it has a decent edge on it. Howdy, nettle, yurt. If you like interesting food stuff or weird new food stuff, this is a good place to hang out. I'm making corned beef with that's been aged with koji. Um, I need to get to 50 followers. I think we're at 40 something right now, and then I need to start streaming more per month. What the hell is koji? So it's actually Koji, koji. So it is. The long story is when people domesticated rice, they also domesticated the yeast on the rice. And then they selectively bred that yeast to overproduce enzymes that break down things in rice. And those things tend to be carbs into sugars and proteins into amino acids. Both of those things are the tastier forms of their bigger brothers, bigger counterparts, right? And so these yeasts were selectively bred to overproduce those enzymes. So you can basically inoculate rice with this yeast and then create a bolus of enzymes to make whatever you have tastier, right? So koji is used to make soy sauce, it's used to make miso, it's used to make sake. It is like the premier fermenting avenue for all of like Japan and most of China, Korea. Although they use other sorts of things in Korea and maybe a little different in China. But Japan is koji, koji, koji. If flavor wise, the koji itself, when you mix it with stuff, it kind of lends a flavor, but it doesn't exactly have its own flavor. But when you're making the koji, it smells like tropical and sweet. It almost smells like lychee, like a sweet lychee, or like a not quite passion fruit, but it's got that dank kind of funky fruit smell. It's a pretty intoxicating smell, but when you mix it into stuff on its own, that flavor kind of lingers, but it mostly goes away. And then those extra enzymes, right? So when you make regular miso, you take the enzymes, or weird but fucks with it. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly the right way to think about it. So when you make miso, that's made with soybeans, right? And you would mix your koji, your inoculated rice, with your mashed up soybeans, and then mix it with salt, right? And the salt will make sure that no other cultures like grow, or no like botulism or anything grows. And then from there, the the enzymes have their time to break down all of the carbs into sugars and the proteins into amino acids, right? That's where in Asian culture a lot of you hear about MSG, right? Monosodium glutamate. Well, glutamate is an amino acid. So when you break down the proteins, you produce a lot of glutamates. And you have a lot of salt in your miso or your soy sauce or your whatever. Because you don't want it to go bad and you need to spend time allowing it to break down, right? And so you basically produce MSG organically inside your soy sauce or your miso or your whatever. I made this is a quicker kind of koji miso thing. It's called an onion koji, and that took 2 weeks to make. And then I mixed a bunch of that into my corned beef brine to like speed up the curing kind of breakdown thing. So if that's helpful, Nettle, Um, there's like a wet brine you can make out of koji called shio koji. Shio basically just means salt, and I've brined briskets in that before, and it makes it like get really nice color, and it helps it break down. Really good, very tender. You can make something tough very tender. Yeah. Learn something, Def. That's what we're here for. We're trying to like learn stuff and make new things, right? Uh, this episode or this stream so far, we've fucked around with this onion koji. I made an apple liqueur with some leftover apple peels from last week. I made apple pie, and I took the peels and I soaked them in Everclear, and then we diluted it out with some water and added some sugar and some citric acid. So this is like a sour candy apple liqueur, right? And then I mixed it with some Applejack, which is an apple brandy, and some lime and some other stuff, and we made an apple-tini. It's very good though. It's not like vodka and like green food dye, right? It tastes like biting into an apple. It tastes like an apple, right? So it's a yeah, we're having fun here. Yeah, so we're doing this corned beef. I'm gonna make some mashed potatoes. Was it brown? The Applejack or the Appletini? The drink. It was brown. I added some Angostura bitters, which are pretty particularly brown. Here, we can make another one. I just finished sharpening this knife here. Feels sharper. Here, let's put this up here. I'll let this soak for a little while longer again. And we'll pull back up our little I wouldn't say mobile bar setup, but our like, I've got like a cocktail cutting board. And we'll make another one. Just so you can see. And we'll try it with our new apple liqueur, because I was using some of the last of my other apple liqueur. But I'd like to try the new one, see how it stacks up. We made some changes to the recipe, because I thought it wasn't sour enough, so... Do you have a background in this, or just nerd out with cooking and fermenting? I kind of nerd out with cooking and fermenting. That's most of it. I don't know. I started cooking from a young age. I remember we had to do like a presentation in school, and I made like an omelet. And I brought like a hot, like a little burner to school, and like made an omelet in class. I don't know. All right, and we were using chung. I don't have any Demerara simple syrup, but we were using chung. So, mango chung, which is pretty good. So, here, let me grab our shakers. So this was the old apple liqueur. I'll try it with the new apple liqueur. The main difference is that the old one just went straight from the recipe. It's from a YouTube channel called How to Drink. And this new one, the old one only called for spiking it with some citric acid to make it sour, but I added some malic acid to this as well. Malic is much more associated with green apples. It kind of like green apple-y acid. Green apple, lime, it also has malic acid. Lemon has no malic acid. Lime has malic, right? So I think the malic might add a little bit more of a genuine acid profile. Just making sure we have all the stuff. Okay, cool. All right. I got some. Just trying to make sure I don't have a bunch of metal on my fingers. Trying our best not to eat metal today. Alright. And last time I made like a double So I just basically did 1.5 ounces of all the ingredients. So we'll start. Let's start with our chung, actually, because that's the thickest ingredient, and so it'll help doing it first so it gets washed out. Chung is a... Oh, hey, we got a new follower. Tony, thank you. On our way to affiliate. Very appreciated. So chung is like a Korean version of syrup that you make by, instead of boiling things down to put them in solution, you take, here's the bean. I don't know what that means, but we appreciate beans here. I'm bullish on beans. I fucks with it. So chung is like a Korean syrup where you don't cook it. You just take scraps of fruit or just the fruit itself. Sombrero. All right. Still don't get it. That's all good though. But you take the fruit and you mix it with sugar, and the water in the fruit gets pulled out naturally via osmosis, because there's much lower water activity, and you know, what you call it? The second law of thermodynamics, entropy. Yeah, heavy pour. Yeah, it's all right. This is a double. So I did 1.5 ounces of each of these, and then 1.5 ounces of lime juice and our mango chunk. So I made this via, you may be on the racial stigma of my ethnicity. All right. I'm not sure. Anyways. We'll see. Huh. Well, I'm just here to make food, not solve racial tensions. Play nice, please. um, we made the chung by just cutting up mangoes and mixing it with sugar. There's the short story. Oh shit, I forgot to add salt. God, too many things, man. Hey, he's good bean though. Plus he likes the tension. La chona. I don't know what chona means. I should look it up before I say it out loud, probably. It's all good though. Lo siento, mi español es muy pobre. Necesito practicar más. Necesito... Ah, la chona. Es una canción? Cantar? To sing? Okay. Well, I have a big... You missed out when the sun was up, but I've got a big-ass garden out back, and we grow a lot of peppers, and we make a lot of Latin food. So when it's that time of year, might be interested. It's fun. I appreciate Latin food immensely. Producer and I spent some time in South America. I know that's not exactly the same place, but yeah. And last year I grew. I know what you mean. Okay. Um, Last year I grew a bunch of Peruvian peppers. Ají limo, ají amarillo. All right. We've got one more knife to sharpen. We've got a fresh cocktail. Put it up front. Yeah. The special strain. Yeah. Those peppers look way different too. Like they are really a very different kind of strain. Like the leaves don't look like pepper leaves, and they bushed out way a bunch. In like it looked way different than any pepper I'd ever grown before. Pretty interesting. So we're gonna grow more ají this year as well, because they're really tasty peppers. The limo in particular is like just very citrusy. Gotta go walk my catfish. BRB. All right. Well, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for following. We appreciate you. Maybe the catfish is tweaking. There's always a possibility. Here, before we really get into this, I want to like. I think these potatoes are done boiling. Yeah, they're about done boiling. All right. We'll finish up this knife and then we'll get working on our soda bread. Georgia Reno. How do you walk a catfish? With a leash, duh. My wife is beating me. Love the stream and love you. Mwah. Kissy kissy. XO. Well, love you too. You know, equal rights, equal lefts. All that good stuff. Ooh, got him on the peg. Maybe he's the one being walked. This catfish is mad she found out about the carp, if you know what I mean. Ah. Do a couple more. This fish has a bigger mouth for a nicer hook. Ah. $20 is $20. Frequent visitor of the fish market right here. Yeah, I was gonna say you can't get a lot of good fish for 20 bucks, but maybe I'm not going to the right market. Yeah, behind the Waffle House dumpster. I bet you could get a better deal there. I can send you the spot if you want it. Well, no, I'm not saying I want to. I'm just wondering where you get a decent deal on fish for 20 bucks. Jakey gonna run you off there. Hotly contested dumpster. All right. Give the medium stone. He steals EBT cards and guesses the pin. It was one time. Damn. Your Nana said I could after I took her to the bingo hall. Did you win a card there? The bingo? The one in heaven? Damn. Had to hide the evidence of identity theft. Like that movie with what's his face from Arrested Development. God, I can never remember names. Fat Lady and Batman. Bateman. There we go. Jason Bateman. Yes, exactly. Fat Lady and you were Jason Bateman, and it was roles reversed because you stole the identity of the Fat Lady behind the dumpster. I need to commit a felony now. But this time I got caught on MLK Boulevard. And Yun's snitching these days. Yuns, you're busting out Yuns. All right. I'm pegging you to West Virginia with Yuns. So close. Have you ever heard of this new flavor of Hot Pocket? Mountain Dew? Cool Ranch? Behind the dumpster flavor? Pepto. Ah. Multifunctional. Cure your hangover and morning snack. All in one. It's an Alabama Hot Pocket. 10 out of 10. And yes, the dumpster meets all the time. Trying to get this bevel to kind of form on one side or the other. I feel like we're pretty close. Yeah, I think this is pretty alright. Yeah, I wouldn't. You a gamer, Mr. D? Alright. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I game from time to time. I play a lot of indie games on the PC because it's cheaper that way. College bound max prestige. Already no biggie. Always at the dumpster for max XP. Dumpster farming. Gotta get those rare drops. We just failed a Lethal Company run. Okay. I've never played Lethal Company, but it looks like fun. I mean, can you ever beat a Lethal Company run? You just die in some way or another. Being he doesn't need to know that my crushes are not our wins. No. Yeah, you can't beat it. What about Age of Empires 2? Do you guys fuck with Age of Empires 2? Yeah, it's like a roguelike where it never ends. I'm gonna kill myself. I love that game. Alright. Age of Empires 2? I'm so bad at it, but I try to play it anyway. No, the fuck he does. Bullshit. What? Me play Age of Empires 2? Or yourselves play? Me and Nana played it all the time before the chemo. Well, I think that's how you have to do it. You gotta have a mentor of sorts. I've been trying to just learn it on my own from the tutorials and shit, and it's very hard. I try to watch people cast games to be a little more helpful, learn some stuff. She was always gumping it. I haven't played any AoEs. Well, Age of Empires 2 is the only one you need to play, apparently. Nobody gives a shit about any of the other ones. They just had a fucking tournament at the end of last year, supported by Red Bull. It's called Wololo, and they were playing in a fucking castle in Spain on live stream. Thought about Civ, but they seem like a time sink. So yeah, see, Civ is a time sink, but Age of Empires is real time, so there's no waiting for anyone to take any turns. The downside is it's impossible to play. But that means you can always get better, right? But the guy who won that tournament won like $120,000 or like 150 grand. It's really competitive. So, I don't know. It's pretty cool. I like it anyway. Civ's alright. Have you ever heard the term of gumping it? Well, not in the context of Age of Empires, but I could imagine some nana behind a dumpster gumping it. I can picture what that would be. You know? I think I catch your drift. I'm more of an action game oriented, but love story too. Okay. Well, that's the thing. Is like Age of Empires is a lot of, I don't know. In terms of like actions per minute, it's probably one of the highest of those of games out there. But I get what you mean. You're talking about FPS, shooty shooty. I get you. To sum it up, you smash a lady with cool at first, but then they won't leave you alone. Sorry for Tony being here. Okay. Great. All right, I'm gonna try to wash all the metal off my hands so we don't eat it, because we don't want to eat metal. That's a bad idea. I tried it before; it didn't work out very well. So does my thighs. Great. All right. Oh, Devil May Cry 5 has me clamped at the moment. Nothing fills the void whenever I stop playing it. Okay. That kind of game. Alright, I get you. You're a revengeance kind of man. I think I get you. God, but that's fine. He doesn't mind. Okay. Is indie demo called VA Proxy. Has something about it with a near vibe or noir vibe, Nair vibe, but it's only a demo at the moment. Trying to think of like juggling Uber combo kind of. You ever play like Bayonetta? Bayonetta is very Devil May Cry. E. Can you get 2 pieces of bread and sandwich your face while you scream, "You're an idiot sandwich"? Maybe we'll do it later. I don't... See, the thing is, I'm going to blow my load on that, right? If I do it now, Gordon Ramsay will, of course, never see it, right? I'd rather do it at a moment where I think I could get Gordon Ramsay to see it, right? We want to be strategic, right? Otherwise, I got to be doing it all the time. And nobody likes that. Oh, shit. Okay, we're going to flip this over. All right. We're going to add more water. Again. Nier is a Japanese action. Okay. Who was in Paris? Has a melancholic atmosphere. Hey, Alexa, play Despacito. Okay. Okay, Google, call the police. Shh. They will find it. I am the captain. You made me take the catfish out of you as the drug. Damn you. Alright. We're gonna drain this water out and start fucking making some mashed potatoes. Bye, Sir Mr. Bean needs me. Moi. I'll watch you in your window, though. Sounds good. Thanks for coming. Is this any good at all? No, that's totally bad. This needs to be thrown away. It's fine. Yo, I gotta go too. Got work in the morning. Peace. We're here every Thursday, 6:30 Pacific Standard Time. Be here. Learn something about food. And I'll let you be rowdy in the comments. Deal? Hasta luego. We're just going to add all this butter. Oh, that's right. Okay, that's like a little more than a stick of, but that's probably good. And then we can grate some cheese into it or something. Add milk, something, some kind of fat, cream cheese, one of those things. I'm actually just gonna let this kind of, the butter in here, just gonna let it kind of melt instead of trying to push it through while it's hard. Let's see. We've got some sharp cheddar. That'll be good. Yeah, sharp cheddar. That's the move. Fuck yeah. Uh-oh. Maybe we'll use some of this Gruyere as well. Yeah, let's do that. I forgot the little extra bit of apple. You know what? These can be composted. Got this a little while ago for making French onion soup. I haven't really had an occasion to use it since then. But Gruyere melts really well, so it'll give it good texture. Just like seeing a little bit of spots on it, so we might as well just use it, you know what I mean? We're either going to use it or we're not going to use it. Everything else looks good. Yo. Hey, Bruce, I'm going to make a move too. Gotta go get trim at the barber. Have a good stream, mate. Thanks for coming. Always good to see you. Add some sharp cheddar. Give it a little more character. And then we'll just kind of whip it together. I got a little bit of milk we could add too. It's too thick. And then I think it's about time we would cut up our veggies too. Toss them in there. Get them going for a good hour and a half or so. Hour and a half, 2 hours. And then everything will be nice by the time it all finishes. 11:30. So. Focus a lot of our undivided attention on the soda bread. You know what? I'm actually going to add a little bit of apple cider vinegar to this. I forgot. Just a little bit. These things are always like really light on acid. Especially when they never tell you to add any. It's like, you got to have some acid in there somewhere. I don't know. We're not trying to get scurvy. Maybe we should add some garlic to this too. That'd be a good move. Get this garlic. Let's get it to like a good consistency though, and then we'll like kind of mix it in. Bit thick. I'm just gonna add the rest of this milk to it. It's not a lot of milk, but something. Holy viewers, Batman! Where the fuck did everybody go? Everyone here was for the knife sharpening stream. It's all good though. If you're here, glad you're hanging out. Sticking around at the speed of sound. There we go. peel up some garlic here. This guy fell in there. It's just on those apples. All good. All right, we're just gonna smash and dice these. Not gonna be too precious to them. Breaking up a lot of cell walls there, right? And then we can dice it up so we can disseminate the garlic a little better. I should be using the back of the knife to scoop with. It's better etiquette, especially since I just sharpened it. You're just gonna dull your knife on the fucking cutting board. Let's make the steam go that way. It's not so much in my face. We can turn the heat back down if it's boiling again. Because we don't want it to boil over. We just want it to be boiling. Give it a taste. Here. Let's try this guy. Pretty good. I think you could use a little more sharp cheddar. And black pepper. Pretty fucking good. I'm gonna turn it back on low heat. Try to bring the heat up so that way that cheese can kind of melt into it a little better. Because right now the heat is like pretty lukewarm. But all the ingredients are like there. Alright. Let's move on to our cabbage play. Here we've got half a cabbage from last week. Or a couple weeks ago. Carrots. And we've got more cabbage and carrots down here. Oh, these carrots are much better. These are thick carrots. We want thick carrots. So we're going to opt for the thick carrots over the small ones. Just because, like, that's the kind of thing we want. Right. No one wants a spindly carrot in their corned beef. It's just not, it's not the way. Right. Already get rid of some of these
outer leaves. That way we're not washing something we're already just going to throw away anyway, right? We do appreciate washing something that we're actually going to use. We want to trim off a little bit of excess, but we want to make sure we keep the core intact, right? Because that's what's going to help keep all this to stay together. And we want to make sure pieces get this core. I'm going to try to bisect stuff with the core intact. That way the leaves don't all completely fall apart, right? There will be loose leaves, but we would appreciate if they somewhat stay together, right? Shave this off as little as possible, just trying to make sure, you know, that gray nub isn't part of it. I'm going to bisect this as evenly as we can. It's got a big core. It's really handy. I'm going to eighth this guy. Try to give as much core to each piece as possible. Glad I just sharpened these knives. This is a perfect example of how a sharp knife is really handy. Turn the heat back up a little bit. We got cabbage in. Definitely gonna turn the heat back up. Looks like we lost our simmer. And we're going to be adding more cold ingredients. Alright, we're going to go through carrots, and then I think I'm going to add like an onion. And maybe, no, actually I used all the garlic. That's fine. And we're going to not put potatoes in. I know potatoes are a thing people put in this, but we've already got potatoes right here, so what the frick is the point? Let's go for like the 6 biggest carrots in here. Alright. You know, we'll leave this out. We'll see if 6 carrots is enough carrots. Should be enough carrots. That's a sharp knife. Should have sharpened my knives like weeks ago. It's one of those things that you always do, like at the last bearable moment. We're gonna do these like oblique cuts. Just trying to keep things kind of coarse and semi-regular shaped. Right, we want like good, big, bite-sized pieces. We want things to stay pretty coarse, if we can help it. Especially with all the stuff in that pot, right? These carrots are gonna get lost if we make them any smaller than we need to. Great. We're starting to get some fat to come to the top, which means we're rendering fat, which means it's getting to like a good amount of cooked, like it's starting to break down, um, like connective tissue. That's like a good sign. Let's pull one of these red onions. Just huck it in there, unless we've got any that are obviously bad. This white one is obviously bad, so. Or obviously headed in a bad place. Let's do a white and a red. How about that? It's not looking too happy. So we'd rather use it than not. Because all this unhappiness on this onion is on the outside. There's still plenty of good onion to use. Let's see if we can't mimic the cabbage with the onion. definitely don't want to place that on there.
So if we cut this off very close, right, we've got this big whack of like kind of hardy material. Right, we obviously don't want the butt of the onion on there, but if we cut as close as we can, right, we get this like hard guy. See if that holds on. Might not. Worth a try, though. This one's definitely not going to hold together. This butt is not nearly as together. It's alright, though. It's not all home runs. Yeah, this one's already coming apart. It's alright. Needed to be used or it's going to go bad. Right. Okay. This should be basically our last step of huck all the shit in the pot. And then it should just go for another hour and a half, 2 hours, and everything should be pretty fork tender. I'm gonna mix this kind of up. Right, we obviously don't want to like be too aggressive with the mixing, but I'd like to get everything incorporated. And then I'm gonna give a taste test for this. Let's use a spoon. It's all right. Just to make sure everything's salty enough or everything's spicy enough, or we could use some sugar. I think some sugar would be much appreciated. It's pretty dry. Not too salty either. I'm going to add some brown sugar and some fish sauce to this. Or you know what? We're Chestershire. We're trying to play by the rules here. We're not total rogues. Here we are. I know that was a lot, but who cares? Because I think the spices, like, it's pretty flavorful. There's a lot of, like, bassy notes. But the salt just needs to come up to meet it, especially since we added a bunch of vegetables. And there's just, like, yeah, there's just no sweetness to it at all. I've got some extra other things I could have added, but it would have also added some fat, which is not what we want to add because it's a brisket. It's already got a lot of fat. More acid, and I think she's on the straight and narrow. All right, that should be good. We'll check it again in like an hour. All right, salty, bassy, acidic, sour. Not sweet, but not completely dry. It needed something to meet it.
this is warm again. Mash this up. Flip it 90 degrees or 180 degrees. So that way I'm not missing out on parts of the pot. Right. You got favorite parts. It's just ergonomics, right? You'd like to hit everything equally. Great. That's done. You don't need to care about that anymore. Toss some of these things. Just trying to clear up some space. All right. Anything that is not needed is not needed. Agua. Cool. It can be that. From here, I'm going to opt to move this. We're not going to get rid of it, but we don't need it until we're serving, probably, for the most part. So I'll move it back over here, like when we were sharpening the knives. And I'll bust out another guy for baking, right? We got the soda bread we got to make. And I'd rather not make it taste like onions. Let's see. Food wishes. Soda bread. Irish soda bread. Oh shit, I got stuff all over it. Whatever. Make 2 loaves of Irish soda bread, 3 1/4 cups all-purpose flour, 1/2 cup whole wheat flour, whatever, 3 3/4 cups. 1/4 cup of quick cooking oatmeal or regular rolled oats. Do we have oats? That's a producer question. I'm not an oats person. I forgot about that. Baking soda, baking powder, salt, cold unsalted butter, honey or brown sugar, buttermilk, an egg, orange zest, dried fruit. Cranberries. We're going to opt for some cranberries and some sun-dried tomato. No, we're not going to do that. We've got pecans. So we'll do pecans and I'm going to start mixing together some dry ingredients. So I'm going to grab flour. We don't really need the cutting board until the shaping step. But it's a quick bread, so it doesn't take... Yeah, I mean, we've got pecans.
Oh, sorry. Nothing's
Oh, sorry. Pecans. We have plenty of pecans. Perfect. Rolled oats. Wunderbar. Wunderbar. All right, this just had apple liqueur in it, and not even all the apple liqueur, just like a leftover little bit of apple liqueur. So I don't even care, man. Well, you know what? We might actually end up using a cutting board for one part. Because I don't have the little blade guy to like cut and mix the butter. So we're probably going to have to cut the butter ourselves. Which is fine. It's not that hard. We can just cut it real quick. Just sharpen my knives. So. How much butter did it want? Oh shit, it wanted us to put it in the freezer though. It should be fine. 4 tablespoons. I forget how many. Is that half a stick? How many tablespoons? 4 tablespoons. That's half a stick of butter. Easy. Let's try to be a little more explicit about this. Alright. This is going to be our baking work surface / baking cutting board. And our baking knife. Cuchillo. Or no, that's fork. No. Cuchillo is knife. Dummy. Being a dummy. Alright. Into the freezer. Into the refrigerator. Alright. And then we'll get there when we get there. Okay. 3 3/4 cups all-purpose flour. Alright. 3 3/4 cups. 1/4 cup of rolled oats. We're going to want more of this later. Well, you know what? Let's just commit to the 1/4 cup instead of trying to do everything with the regular cup. Quarter cup. Is there no? Oh, there is salt in there. Okay, I was like, Jesus Christ, no salt. Food wishes, come on. Gonna be wishing for salt. No, it's fine. And then the rest of these are tablespoon, Teaspoon, teaspoon, teaspoon. Okay, teaspoon, teaspoon, teaspoon. Let us go with the teaspoons. I just washed. Teaspoon. Teaspoon. We want baking soda, baking powder, and salt. Baking soda. Baking soda. We've got. Let's go to the baking. We got baking powder. Just make sure it's fresh. It's not expired. And it says make sure it's fresh and it's not expired. All right. Suck on that, Food Wishes. So 1 1/4 baking soda, 1 baking powder. Okay, 1 1/4 just means shake it over the top while you do it, and then it will be more than the one that you put in, but less than 2. Sometimes you can go like that, where you squeeze it. God, they gotta come up with a better way to do this. All right. And that's like 1 1/4. Perfect. Baking powder is just like baking soda, except it already has the acid in it. It's just like it's all dry, so that it doesn't interact. So 1 1/4, 1, and we want 1 1/2 salt. Whatever, I don't care. 1 1/2 salt. We'll go with that. Okay, and we're gonna mix it all together, and then we're gonna do our cold butter cubed, and then we're gonna like smash it into like little peas, and then we're gonna add our wet ingredients: honey, buttermilk, egg, orange zest. These can go away. All right. Mix, and then butter, and then mix. All right. We've got our frozen, frost-kissed butter. How about that? We'll call it that. We'd like to get this as fine as possible. want like little pea size guys. Like this. Oh, almost pried against the sharp end. Not smart. I'm just gonna kind of rough them up a bit with my hands. That way they're like separate pieces, but also they're like, I think the way Claire wants you to do it is like you actually kind of smash it in your fingers. For biscuit dough, anyway. This is like the same sort of idea, right? We're trying to disperse butter without melting it. So we want to make sure all the pieces are individual, and then if there's any big pieces, we are invited to smash them with our fingers. So they're kind of flatter. Right, we want to avoid creaming, though. We don't want it to cream. We want it to be almost more biscuity. Cream would be something more like brioche. And that's why they went cold butter, right? Okay. All right. Cool. Those are our dry ingredients, at least until we add, some of the other stuff. Hey, producer,
Yeah.
do you know if we have any honey? No honey? All good. We will be using brown sugar instead of honey. Food Wishes in the video says that they use brown sugar originally, and then he likes it better with honey. So that's why he uses it. There's maple syrup. That feels very not Irish, though.
Yeah.
I feel like it would detract in a way that would make it something else. 2 or 3 tablespoons brown sugar. We're just gonna fucking like that much. That sure is an amount of sugar. Great. I don't know if that's super satisfying or big no-no. It's dessert bread though. It's like it's supposed to be sweet. I'm gonna go back in and just kind of loosely kind of twist it. Because we don't want the brown sugar to clump up, right? The molasses makes it want to like stay in one piece or a couple pieces. All right. 1 3/4 cups buttermilk, a large egg, and then we'll start adding our other things, and then we can shake. Okay. An egg. This is a pint of buttermilk. 1 quart. So we've got more buttermilk. We can do fried chicken next week. 1 piece of fried chicken.
1 3/4 cups. Buttermilk. Right, so this is the milk left over after you make butter. So it's really low fat. Oh, it's not low fat at all. I'm an idiot. Cultured milk, sodium citrate. Sodium citrate and salt. Okay, but it is whatever. It's richer, thicker. Okay, great. Awesome. It's high in acid. It's a high pH thing, basically. We've got low pH stuff, or it's high in acid, it is low in pH. We have basic stuff in here, the baking soda, baking powder, right? We've got something acidic. When acidic thing meets basic thing, they neutralize, and it makes bubbles. And that's why this is a quick bread for, right, this is a leavening technique. Because we're not using yeast, but it is a bread, right? Three-quarters of a cup. Okay. All right, 1 3/4 cups. All right. Egg, zest. We've got an orange here. I'm going to take off the sticker, wash it off, and we'll zest it. Get it in there. And then we'll make some acid-adjusted orange. How about that? And then I've got a lot of the ingredients for a shamrock, but they're like adjacent ingredients. So let's put together a drink and call it like, I don't know, a rock sham. Because it's not a shamrock. We don't have chartreuse. We have Benedictine. We don't have Irish whiskey. We have Scotch. And I can make it green with absinthe. I don't know. Just already had a couple of these apple-tinis, so would be worth trying something else instead of just drinking the same thing all night. Just gonna zest this whole damn thing. I don't care if it's 2 tablespoons. I don't care if it's 4 tablespoons. Recipe calls for 2. We got this just for zest, so it will be zest, and then it will be juice, and then it will be compost. Really trying to get every little bit of that. All right, then go out there. Cool. And then how much of the other things does it want? Says a cup of dried currants, third a cup gold raisins. We've got probably half a cup of cranberries, and we'll do most of a cup of pecans that we'll cut up. Do we have any other dried fruit? What's up? If you can find any, that'd be great. Sorry to bug you. Other than like dried mango. I'm not sure dried mango would be super good. It's the spicy dried mango? Yeah, I don't even know about that.
Let's do up an amount of this. And we'll try to mix everything together. And then we'll add in extra fruit if we find any. Yeah, dried fruit, that might be good. We have tamarind in a brick. What is that?
More of that.
More cranberries?
Yeah.
Oh, perfect. Yeah. Da-da. Oh, come on. Good or bad? Something for people to watch. Producer's in it for the sure thing. She doesn't want to throw the cranberries over all the hot things. All right. We're going to use most of these cranberries. That should be enough. Thank you. No, we don't need to use tamarind. That's all right, though. We should use it at some point here. Okay, so we're looking for about a cup. Let's just use all of it. And then all that. And that'll be great. Now, I want to make some tamarind simple syrups and stuff for other things. All right. We can get this mixed together so that way it, right, we want it to leaven. And then we'll put it into some loaves and then get it some time so it can rise. Maybe a bigger fork would be smarter. But we're not smart here. I give up. Let's try and be smart. Use like a spatula or something. That's a good idea. This thing. Floppy, but somewhat effective. I don't know. Somehow the egg didn't break until like just now. Shit. Maybe I mixed this together in like a dumb way. Whatever. Who cares? It all comes out the same on the other side, right? Am I right? There's like this extra flour bit at the bottom that like doesn't want to fucking cooperate. Just don't be a pile of shit at the bottom of this pile of shit. Be one pile of shit instead of two piles of shit. Huh? When are you gonna get your shit together, huh? Can't you be a pile of shit at the bottom of a pile of shit? Get your shit together, be one pile of shit. All right. Very sticky dough. But it is one pile of shit now. Woo! All right. Now we're supposed to use extra flour. Okay, this is where the cutting board surface becomes the main focal point. I don't know why I'm washing my hands. Like, my hands aren't going to get messy. But, whatever. Alright. We're going to add some decent amount of flour here. We're just going to plop our pile of shit on top of this. Sorry I keep saying pile of shit. What are you going to do? Change? Never. Okay, we need another utensil. Yet another utensil required. This one. I'm almost sure of it. Just trying to gather it all up in one go. So I can just kind of perch my hand on top and we can just get it all out. Okay. Cool. Oh, you know what? This might be useful for shaping. In fact, it almost certainly will be. Basically just add flour until it becomes like a more of a workable dough. I might have added too much brown sugar and now it's like affecting the consistency. Which is fine. We're working on it. Already getting a lot better in terms of workable. Alright, cool. That looked like a cauliflower for a second. Who you calling a cauliflower? Maybe it did look like a cauliflower. I mean, it's kind of... Well, we can use our imaginations. That piece of dough. I'm messing with you. It's all good. Probably did. I hope my lighting and camera is all right. People seem to like it, but I feel like sometimes when it's a lot of brown on brown, these kind of warm tones, sometimes some of the fidelity can elude the stream. And you know what we're gonna do? We're also gonna flour. And the bottom of it will just have a little kind of flour guy on it, but I don't really care. I'm not too picky about that sort of thing. Okay, great. Just stay in the same spot. That's exactly what we wanted from you, flour. There we go. That way it won't stick. Okay. We're supposed to bust this in two. One of these pieces is a little bigger than the other piece. How about now? Also, just gonna add another little pile here. Just work this to another smaller dough pile. One loaf. One loaf. All right. 2 loaves. Chom, chom, chom. Apple liqueur. Now we're talking. Yeah. I'll bust some of it back out. Okay. It is 10:27. These need to leaven for about 15 minutes. I'll start preheating the oven here. Bake 375. And I'm sorry to do this right now, but I need to use the restroom. Take about 5 minutes. We'll be back. And we'll make some more yummy goodness and talk more about the apple liqueur. I'm happy to talk and answer any questions. Questions are always appreciated, especially since we're like kind of forging our own path with a lot of these recipes and not playing by the book. Sometimes for better, hopefully. Sometimes for worse. You know, it's the game. Anyways, I'll be back probably about 5 minutes. All right. Oh. Oven's not preheated all the way yet. But we can, we don't need this shit anymore. We need this. Because I need to score. I need to keep the score. But we got some fun drink stuff we could do. In the meantime. Let me see. I'm just going to be bad about everything and just huck this over here. You know what? Trade places. Slash. Step aside. There we go. And then we can bring drink stuff over. Got some other stuff I'd like to do. We've got this orange here that needs to be consumed so we can juice it and adjust the acid profile with our malic and citric acid. Should be pretty cool. We don't need... You know, we might actually keep this. I don't think we need this. Just trying to make better framing. I'm always really bad about framing. Chisel, you wanted to see some of my apple liqueur? We just made this. So I took, last week I made apple pies, or apple mixed berry, and I took all the peels from the apples and put it in that quart jar that I moved over there, and it was full of Everclear. And this week we took out the Everclear and we diluted it with some water, added some sugar and some citric acid and malic acid. And now we have our apple liqueur. We also have this whole bottle right here. So, it's good. And I do notice though that like perhaps it would be better if you filtered it through like a coffee filter. There are some solids that are floating around in it, and it does kind of discolor over time, but it tastes the same. I should be smarter about that. Maybe I'll run the rest of this through a coffee filter upstream. But yeah, a couple things I want to do. Let's get the scale back out and we can weigh how much juice we get from this. And then we can acid adjust this to lime. And then we have acid adjusted orange juice. Should be very cool. Maybe we should, I don't know. Should we adjust it to should we adjust it to lemon or to lime? I am not sure. That's my question. Does anyone have a preference? Should this orange become a lemon or a lime? Vote now on your phones. Mangling that. Lime. All right. Fine then. Producer has voted. Lime. Just means we add, instead of just citric acid, we add some malic acid as well. I kind of like the lime acid adjust a little better anyway. There's that. Chom chom. almost 75 mils. You got half a mil left in there. Come on. All right. We're going to call it 75 mils. All right. From here, we need to adjust because the recipe is to a liter, so we're going to do 0.75. 0.075. So we get 75 mils. Let me grab the thing. I can't ever remember. Acid, adjust, orange juice. Go to the first one that says bartenders, acid adjust. Go down to the little table. And, God damn it. Where the fuck is it? Ah, here it is. Orange to lime, 32 grams citric, 20 grams malic. So we're going to take 0.075 times 32 and 20. 32 and 20. So for citric, we want 2.5 grams. And malic is probably going to be like 1.5. And I had all our acid in this earlier, so I'm not feeling like we need to hit it exactly. We can come up a little short, and I'm not gonna mind. Is there fucking something in there? Something. That's whatever. 2.4. We'll grab the Malik spoon because we've been doing that. Why stop now? So 1.1, 1.9, 1.8, 2.1, 2.3, 2.4. Okay? And then we want 20. 1.5, exactly, yeah. So we'll add to this, so we want 3.9 then. From here. Three point eight, 3.7. It's just skosh. Come on. Fuck. Okay. 3.9. Yes. All right. Thank you. Acid. We'll just keep that over there. We might want to acid adjust something else. I also have some grapefruits from last week that we never acid adjusted. Acid adjusted grapefruit to lemon is really, really good. Like super good. I thought I didn't like grapefruit, but it turns out it just needed more acid. I always thought grapefruit was sourer than lemon, but it's not. It's just bitter and less sour. And if you equalize the sour, it has the bitter to like go with it, and it ends up being like a full meal deal in terms of like cocktail things that are like handy, right? We like bitter. Bitter is not necessarily bad, right? It gives things body, right? Like tea. Tea is bitter. All right, we're gonna give these some scores. Just making sure they're like good deep gashes. That's what they called me in high school. All right, this is gonna go in the oven, 375. Forget how long exactly. We'll look it up. Come on, food wishes.
that. We want go to YouTube. Food wishes. Irish soda cake. Or soda bread. Soda bread? Soda cake? This one. How long does it go? "45 minutes. Bet. Cool. Anyways, now we've got this acid adjusted orange. Let's make an apple and orange. What are we going to call this one? An apple-tini with orange acid adjusted to lime. I think I'm going to call it preschool at the YMCA. Because every fucking morning when I was at the YMCA for like a preschool thing, they'd make us eat like cold oranges and apples, and it was fucking cold outside, and everything sucked because everything was cold. And you wish you had something hot to eat or drink or something, but no. Cold oranges. Maybe we'd call it post soccer game, little league, something or other. So this would here. Let's see if the vibes match what I'm thinking it's gonna be like. All right. Again, we're probably gonna pour a little heavy because we are big, strong, tough guys here. Here we got our. You know what? Let's do the pineapple chunk actually. Piña. I think pineapple would play more into YMCA. Why am I leaning into this YMCA thing that I didn't like? Makes me think of like it's a fruit cocktail, and that comes in a little cup. I don't think they had mangoes in those, but they definitely had little bits of pineapple in them. All right. Well, bottoms up, right? Let's go for it. Yeah, maybe we'll call it fruit cocktail. Maybe that's what it would be called. Let's go for syrup now. We're just doing equal parts. Keep things easy, and we've got enough sour and we got enough booze, so 1.5 ounce. Oh, and these chunks are kind of light on the sugar. Actually, this is a pretty light, simple syrup. So it's not too heavy in that regard. Okay. So we did our chung. We want. Let's go with liqueur. This is a devil's gambit here, trying to get this shit to pour. Fuck. Got it on my scale. God damn it. What else? Pretty close. Okay.
And again, we're trying to be fancier. We're trying to be better here. Trying to be professional, right? So we're just gonna add a big rock, strain off the small rocks. That ends up being better in the long run for making it not dilute as quickly. So it does have function. It is just, perhaps not the most functional function. All right, let's see. It's pretty enjoyable. Honestly, not getting as much apple now that we have more orange. Perhaps there's more complexity to the lime that lends itself towards that green apple besides just the malic. Either that or I came up short on the malic and the scales off. It's good though. It's really good. No complaints. Does kind of give me a fruit cocktail kind of vibe. I don't know. Anyways, tuck this back in the refrigerator. And then I think here I've got extra here. I'm either gonna put it in here or top that guy off. We'll just put it in here. The less time this is just kind of out and open, probably the better. So we'll just top this guy off. And give the other one away to a lucky friend. All right. Okay. Perhaps we should start cleaning some things. So we've got about 35, 40 minutes before this is done. Let's double check on this. Kind of retaste this brine here. Everything is boiling and looking pretty tasty. Oh. Well, the brisket is push throughable with the fucking spatula, at least in the flat part. The kind of pointier part might need some more work, but we could at least take this other part and it would come off just fine. The meat will be brown. It won't be red like regular corned beef because I did not put curing nitrate salts in it, which is a thing that was used to like uber ensure that that there was nothing amiss, right, with your corned beef, so it could travel and keep well on a journey or whatever. Kind of thing you would put on something before you put it in a barrel, right? Still burn my tongue. I was like desperately blowing on it. Burn my tongue. Damn it. I think it tastes good. With my limited capacity to taste, I sure think it tastes pretty good. All right. Perhaps cleanup is the best option at this point. It's gonna happen sooner or later. There's your card tenderizer. Very useful gadget. Hook this back in the box. This will be useful for something, I'm sure. All right. This thing always wants to come undone, and then everything falls on the ground. It's like a really fun party trick.
Make yourself play 52 card pickup with all the fresh silverware. Does this have stuff on it? That's not. Alright, great. Good steps. Isn't too bad. Should be able to finish this up before the soda bread's even done. What is this? Piece of cabbage.
rest of that should probably stay over there because we'll need it for stuff. Yep. Okay. Alright, we'll get some oil on this guy after we dry it off here. Dishwasher full. It's pretty tasty. Fruit cocktail. Kind of funny. And this is looking good. Oh, oops. Forgot about this part. We'll wash this. Put this away. Remember, receipts are very dirty. You get a lot of microplastics on your hands. Do not touch receipts and then interface with food. It's not a good idea. Right, like one other thing I need to do is put that onion koji away. And I could have just grabbed that jar, but I'd rather not do it because I was just touching receipts. So I can go over here and wash dishes and wash my hands off and all that stuff. And be washing things. But I'd rather not even touch a jar that I'm gonna like be using with my hands and then eating food. It's just, yeah. So this onion koji was most of the enzymatic action aside from salt. I mean, this was the salt in this brine here. And it basically is koji and salt and then blended onions. And it comes out like, you know, that like Lipton onion soup mix? It's like that, but like times 10. It's like, ooh, it's like super duper in your face. So I thought I'd make a good brine. And I had just made it, so. I didn't have enough time to brine this for 5 days. So one day with the koji. Something. It will not be cured, but it will be very tender. All right. What else did I want to do? Oh, yeah. I wanted to do a shamrock mimic. Because shamrock, Anders Ericsson on YouTube made one recently. Anders Ericsson. No, not Anderson Pack. Anders Ericsson. Shamrock, 6 days ago. Classic cocktail. So The ingredients are as follows: Irish whiskey, Dolin Blanc vermouth, so dry vermouth, French, right? Green chartreuse, teeny bit, and a bar spoon of creme de menthe, mint leaves for garnish. I do not have creme de menthe. I have mint leaves. I do not have green chartreuse. I have absinthe. I also have Benedictine, which is like leaning very chartreusey, so I might like cut those in half. Chartreusey. Ooh, put your chartreusey in it. And I do not have Dolin Blanc vermouth, but I do have Coqui Americano Bianco from last week when we made Corpse Survivor number 2s. So let's try and make this something like this. Was there lemon? I could have sworn there was lemon. If not, it's one of those like no acid cocktails. Yep, it's a no acid cocktail. All right. We will do this. I guess we'll serve it up. Yeah, you're probably going to want to serve it up. Let's do this one. Yeah. It's a decent glass. Oh, it's got like little fuckers on it. Probably lime from when we made Corpse Survivors. All right. So let me go and get. I do not have Irish whiskey. I have Scotch though, which is an assault to the idea of Irish whiskey. I have absinthe. I have Benedictine. And I have mint. And we can double strain. Let's try this out. And this is definitely not a shamrock. So I'm thinking of calling it a rock sham, if it's anything good. But we got to do something while we're waiting, right? Clean everything up already. Tasty. Yeah, it comes off very silly. Okay. And we want some loose ice to shake. I'm not sure if it's stirred. Honestly, at this point, I don't really give a fuck. I don't even give a fuck. And especially since we're don't have any creme de menthe. We have mint. Which kind of demands to be shaken and then double strained if we're trying to mimic creme de menthe. All right. So let's see, what are our measurements here? Let's see. Ounce and a half Scotch. Ounce and a half vermouth. Salt. Best not to forget that. Put salt in your drinks, or you're doing it wrong. All right. 1/4 ounce green chartreuse. Let's do 1/4 ounce Benedictine. This is 1/2 ounce, so we want half of this. And this is also kind of a sweet syrupy guy as well, so it's going to lend some of that sweetness. sweet, herby guy. A bar spoon of creme de menthe and mint leaves for garnish. We're going to do the teeniest amount of absinthe. It's probably 1/8 of an ounce. And mint leaves. Shaken. Maybe add some as garnish. Let's see, mint. We'll wash it off too. We're not animals. Now I know people like to slap it. People talk about not muddling it. All this shit. I don't care. We're gonna double strain it, so I don't give a fuck. We don't have any creme de menthe, so this is the replacement. All right. Shake this. Salt. We got everything in there. Smells good. Double strain. What is the thing they do? They like slap it to bruise it. I'm gonna wipe it on it. Toss it in. All right. Rock sham. That's not a bad cocktail. That's not a bad cocktail at all. Kind of wish it had a little bit of acid. Some of these kind of don't have acid. It's kind of the nature of the like old-fashioned. I mean, I know this is not an old-fashioned, but some of these older classics have that kind of rock sham. Interesting. I don't hate it. I definitely don't hate it. All right, we're gonna add a little bit of oil to this, so we can get the seasoning protected. Oh, yeah, 5 hours. It's coming along. Yeah, I'm doing good. We're almost done. The soda bread has a couple more minutes. So the dessert is basically done, and then like this is done. You know, well, there's enough of it that's done. There's kind of a bigger hunk of the brisket that will take longer. And then we played around with some acid-adjusted orange juice. And then I made a gimmicky imitation of a classic drink called a shamrock. Do you have like water? Yeah, you are a first responder. You're always looking out for my well-being. Yes, sir. All right. Okay, let's see what this is looking like. Okay. Yeah, 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 yeah. All right. All right. Irish soda bread. It's the dessert bread. Basically, eat it with butter. We got a Rocksham. Rocksham. Rochambeau. Rockshambomb. Let me move this over here. Yo, yo. Mate, I wish I was with you in your kitchen, though. I bet it must smell amazing. Yeah, yeah. It is a wonderful smelling place, that's for sure. All right. We got this Rocksham here. I'm going to make another one of these apple-tinis. I'm expecting a guest soon. And we want to do our little photo op. So I'm going to make another one. We'll put it on the side with that in that glass. I'll plate up some stuff here and we'll get the show on the road. Like you said, it's been a while. We've been at it. Take me a little bit to make another. What? What's up? This drink right here. Producer's trying to produce. And we are thankful, as always. Do a quick one of these. Shouldn't take too long to make this. And then we'll pull out some of our brisket and our fixins and make a plate with the mashed potatoes and stuff. We'll get it all together. Doesn't matter. Do we have any? Yeah, we do have limes. Did you get to have a breather just like to pace yourself? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like I made all this bread and I didn't drink anything and then I took like a 5-minute bathroom break. Yeah, we're all good. Yeah. We've had busier, more hectic streams for sure. I'm doing good. Honestly, I got to do a bunch of stuff I've been meaning to do for a while. I sharpened my knives. You know. Just kind of sat here sharpening knives for a while, which is something I've been meaning to do for like weeks. Do you sharpen your knives? I can turn this off. Just quiet things No, I don't cook to begin with. I will burn down the kitchen. Unfortunate. Well, sometimes you gotta burn down the kitchen a couple times to figure out how not to burn the kitchen down, right? All right. Some limes here. More Helio ice. We'll just go an ounce a piece here on these. Sorry it's taking so long for me to prep everything. Just wanted to look nice for the pictures and all that stuff. Mango. I just like living vicariously through people. That's understandable. Yeah, for real though. People will call that arson. You gotta have a fire extinguisher ready. I can take those from my firehouse. Yeah, exactly. There you go. Make sure we want to get our apple liqueur out here. All right, this can move aside. All right. Now we can grab our big cutting board. We should be able to pull something off of this. I'd expect it by now that some of it will tear off, which is fine by me. We'll just grab some stuff. And then I'll make a little plate or a bowl, probably. More like it. Just kind of go. This is exactly why I sharpened this. All right. So I got the flatter part of the brisket that wants to come off. Which is fine by me. Put some cabbage. That. And I'll do myself up a little plate here, or a bowl. Just get a nice bowl. Grab some of these taters. Make a bed with them. Let me tell you something wild. I never had a brisket. Dang, 5 hours. My dude, you're putting in work. We do this every week. Most of the time it's for Dungeons and Dragons. This time I'm expecting some company. But yeah, I make food for people. Oh. Add some carrots. Maybe not that many carrots. Trying to work on my plating. Those oblique cuts kind of look cool on the plate like that. Does that look like something? Sorry. Looks pretty amazing too. So tender. It's rustic. Exactly. Well, last week was trying to make spring come early, and this feels like we're trying to hold on to winter. But it is very good. Wow. This is a real treat. I need a knife. So we got our corned beef, not quite corned beef, that we did with our koji. Got a carrot here. Sorry, I'm getting impatient. We got a couple of drinks. We got apple-tini with our homemade apple liqueur. That's this guy. Do you like mustard? I love eating my corned beef cabbage with some Dijon mustard. You are totally right. I'm supposed to be doing something else right now. That's exactly what we're supposed to be. I've got some horseradish. That's what this is missing. So very closely, almost finished. Some sour cream over here. Yeah. Sorry, the work is never done. All right, let's get some of that going. Horseradish. There was plenty of mustard in the brine. So, thank you for your patience. I believe this is it. This is the deal. This is all she wrote. And it's a good one. We gotta wait a little while for those to cool off before we can cut into them. Man. Yeah, for sure. No. It's good. It's really good. We do this every Thursday, 6:30 Pacific Standard Time. We're always making new stuff. I haven't made the same thing twice. And we make it all the way through. We're not taking a lot of shortcuts unless we really need to. Yeah. And we make good, tasty food, learn stuff, make things, take chances. Anyways, I hope you guys found what you're looking for. And I'll catch you guys later. I think that's the stream. Have a good one. See you next week.